There we go. What the hell? Okay, that was super weird. It decided not to show me live, even though I was. And I see my camera is not playing as nicely as it should have, but oh well. We'll get through it. Hi, welcome to Sheep Weather's live stream. Holy buckets, that took too much work. I'm still looking at a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the west or east central part of Meeker County that does extend into. Oh heavens, I got too many things going on here. There we go. Wow. It's been a hot mess today. I apologize, y'all. And as I was saying, east central Meeker County into southwestern Wright County, that is a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. There we go. All right, let me minimize that bloody window so I don't have to look at it anymore. This will make my life much simpler if I can actually figure out how to use the software. Remember one of those days where it's like, no matter what you do, it's not working? Well, that's kind of where my day is right now. So I click on it. Okay, that worked. Phew, that was weird. All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning actually has 1 1/4 inch hail that's been observed now. That was train spotters reported areas affected will be Darwin and Dassel in the next few minutes. Excuse me, I don't see a storm report on this of where that hail was reported. Well, that is the only severe thunderstorm warning we have on the board at this time. Taking a look at the rest of the area, there's another storm forming up just south of Olivia, another one down by Springfield, and way down on line 90 between Worthington and Jackson. There's another cell down there. The cells towards Cold Spring, St. Cloud, and up towards Little Falls, getting some heavy rain, but not severe. There's that hail report. It was just outside of Cedar Mills. There we go. Yeah, 1 1/4 inch hail, 1 mile east of Cedar Mills. Just took it a little bit for it to kick through on the storm reports. But let me get a quick announcement out that we are successfully live now that I've successfully managed to not break everything, which is kind of amazing in and of its own right. Welcome to Black Sheep Weather. I need a breather after that one. Wow, oof, that was quite a bit more complicated than I'd expected it to be. That's all I'm going to say. But so we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock. That is that pink area. That is, it covers the entire Twin Cities. Give me just a second. I'll zoom out and show you the big picture there. Actually, I'll do one. No, I can't because I don't have it set up. In the process of still rebuilding graphics. What you see on the screen is our new graphics layout that we'll be using for severe weather coverage, live coverage here throughout the season. And that will probably continue on for quite a while here because I kind of like the layout. Hopefully everyone else does too. If it's too small, too big, please let me know if there are things going on with it that make it difficult to work with, because that is something I see it nice, pretty 1920 by 1080 on a nice 24-inch screen, but I can't really pull up myself, look at myself in real time in YouTube because of the delays, and it gets really confusing. And so with those delays, you're a few seconds behind, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, did I just bet? And you start talking in circles around yourself because you're too busy trying to figure out what the heck you're saying. Um, why am I not showing my own stream? What the hell? We better be live. There we are. Phew. For a second, I thought I was losing my mind, which is also entirely possible. But, that's what I'm looking for. So now we're just waiting to see what happens with the severe thunderstorm warning. It might get extended in areas up towards Annandale, up towards Clearwater. That remains to be seen, but we'll figure that out here pretty quick. That was out of turn. Put an earbud in so I can listen to a couple of other things that are happening. And also, I started a weird alarm. I was like, I should not be hearing that. Nope, I shouldn't. Oh well, that's done. Minimize that. Why does that button do that? What the? Oh, because I need to do that button instead. There we go. All right, now I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. So, as I was promising, here's that expanded view of our severe thunderstorm watch that runs all the way up from Pine County over to Burnett and Washburn counties in Wisconsin, Pine County, Minnesota, over to Crow Wing County and Little Falls. down through Stearns County, all the way down the US 71 corridor, all the way back down almost to Worthington, to Jackson for sure. And that is right there. I think they're on 70. Yeah, they're on 71. Thought so. Excuse me. And there is that warning just getting extended now. And that has been extended up into northeastern Meeker, southeastern Stearns, and northwestern Wright until 345. $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So if you're in that area, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, and that will be in effect until 345. French Lake, Kimball, South Haven, Annandale, Fairhaven, St. Augusta, Luxembourg, Waite Park, Clearwater, St. Cloud, and Hasty in the path of this storm. And that's going to be the far south side of St. Cloud. I mean, it's barely reaching 994 and 15. So pretty much even, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's way the heck down there. That's south of 33rd Street in St. Cloud, if you know where that area is at. If you're a frequent traveler up towards St. Cloud, that would be the next major intersection there after the Travel Lodge coming in on 75. It's also that fancy schmancy new exit out there on 15 out by the park. So that is our one warning at the moment. I am keeping an eye. That storm down by Springfield is fizzling out some, but that storm near Olivia, it's moving up between Olivia and Hector. It's going to move up on the west side of Litchfield. Might actually clip Litchfield, depending if it gets a little bit more of an easterly track. That's our only warnings right now. If we look farther south into Iowa, you can see there's all kinds of watches and warnings down through Iowa and Nebraska. Same cold front, it's just they've got better moisture and better heating. Our cloud cover has really put a damper on things. And if you look here in front of the front, right in front of it, temperatures are in the low 80s to mid 80s. Dew points are off the charts practically. It's 60 degrees, 65 degrees. And it looks like we have a tornado warning just to the northwest, just expired actually, just to the northwest of Beatrice. And that's in Nebraska. Going back up here to our area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning down here by Storm Lake, Iowa. And it goes until 4 o'clock. That is for a storm 9 miles southeast of Cherokee. And that is for southeastern Cherokee County, northwestern Iowa, and Buena Vista County, northwestern Iowa. That's in effect until 4 o'clock as well. The reason I call that one out is if we actually, we'll stop looping there real quick. And if I grab my doodler tool, as I call it, I never can remember where I hide it. Draw. So if we bring the storm northeast, and I cannot draw a good line to save my life, that's going to cover, that's actually sort of northeast. Let's try that. Oh man, I just cannot draw. I wish I could tell, hey, I want to draw a certain color thing, but I can't. So those little things that drives me crazy. So let me see if I can actually get it. Yeah, it's not going to tell me. So moving about 35 miles an hour to the northeast, to the east-northeast. So yeah, that storm might get into the Rochester area. I'd be surprised if it did. It's going to have to hold together that long. So you can see the rough structure of what we're looking at here, this fuzzy line up along the Mississippi River, then up towards New Richmond, back towards Cambridge and Mora. That is a little bit of an upper air line. Kind of really marks kind of a differential heating area. Because if you look, even down La Crosse is 80 degrees, 82 in Sparta. So it's plenty toasty warm down that way, but they've not had the cloud cover that we have. So right now in Lakeville here, it's 72 degrees, dew point 61. St. Cloud, 70, dew point 61. So the dew points are up there, but the temperatures aren't quite doing it. 66 in Lake Elmo with a 63 degree dew point. So we have marginally enough moisture. There's not a lot of spin in the atmosphere. If you look aloft, almost everything right now is going from southwest to northeast. There's not a lot of curvature. So that really, really has cramped our tornado chances, which is a good thing, really. Because we don't need any of that kind of weather this early in the season, or any time of the season, really. But so right now, the biggest threats today will be wind. And if these storms can get a little bit more organized, that could be more of a wind hazard. If individual cells start to form up, kind of like these little cells right here, the one south of Rogers, one just west of Brooklyn Park, right in Maple Grove, those could become something stronger if they can get going. And that's going to be the keys, because with that cooler air, there's not quite as much lift as there was. We're live for this, and I'm here because there is the chances of strong winds. Not a big severe weather threat today. I mean, I posted this earlier on social media, but right now they only have us as a 50% chance. I think it's a 50, it might have even been a 40. Let me pull this up real quick and I can show you. There we go. Oh, that was right there in the pop-up. Tornado chance is 20%, wind chance 50%, hail 40, combined 80%. So what that means is there's a chance of a tornado, 20% chance of a tornado happening, a 50% chance of a wind gust higher than 70 miles an hour, or no, sorry, higher than 60 miles an hour. Hail bigger than, or hail just existing is 40%, and the combined is 80%. We can break that down a little further, and it's not there. It's probabilities. Sorry. So if we look at this, the chances of a strong tornado are low 10%, winds over 75 miles an hour, low 20%. Same with hailstones greater than 2 inches. So the highest risk is wind. Right behind it is hail, and then fairly far down is tornadoes. If I pull up the day one outlook here, if it'll let me. Oh, the snow amount's not going to be what I'm looking for. There we go. So here's our categorical look at our severe weather chances. And this is from the Storm Prediction Center, the yellow area that comes up right into the Twin Cities and stops. That is our slight risk. Everywhere in the green, from the Canadian border all the way down to Fort Worth, Texas, over to Chicago, back to Sioux City, that is a marginal risk. So we're right on that cusp right here. And that storm is actually moving into more of the marginal risk. So areas from the Minnesota border with Iowa all the way up to the Twin Cities and off towards Dubuque and La Crosse. Those are the areas we're going to have to watch out for. Look at our tornado chances. 5% risk does come farther north than I thought it would, because it does come up to Fairmont and to Austin almost. I mean, it barely touches 70. Albert, or I-90. Albert Lee is really the only city of size in it. And notably, the hatched risk area for a significant intensity 1, that got trimmed all the way back down to Des Moines, to Omaha, and south and west. That was originally kind of poking up into middle Iowa, and now it's been cut way back. Wind, we're at a 15% chance, 30% chance farther south. Again, it's that area south and west of Omaha and Des Moines, back down towards Wichita and Topeka, Kansas City, back down into northeast Oklahoma, close to Tulsa. And for our hails, again, the hatch risk area is Omaha south. Highest risk will be between Emporia, Kansas, Wichita, Kansas, and that'll reach down towards Ponca City, Oklahoma. That has a 30% chance. Or is that a 45? That's actually a 45. And a hail conditional intensity risk of 1. So what that means is there's actually a substantial chance of large hail in this area. Again, we're in that slight risk of the 15% chance, but at this time, I am not sold on that at all. So that is what the outlooks are showing us. If we look at our satellite imagery, you can see the two lines forming up. Here's that area right along the Mississippi River. Here you can see. And then there's the line farther back along US 71. And you can see those storms starting to blow up. And you can see how it starts to clear off in front of them. But part of that's also a shadow from these overshooting tops and the anvils that are blowing off. But you can see where the front really is. The front's actually still back here. It is back towards Ainsworth, Nebraska, up towards Chamberlain, South Dakota. Aberdeen's already seen the front go through. I would have to say that that's Britain. Yeah, Britain, South Dakota, seen the front go through. So as we look at this, you can clearly see in the temperatures where the front is. You've got Sioux Falls sitting at 80, Brookings 78, Mitchell 78, Chamberlain's at 62, and if we drop all the way back to Rapid City, they're at 50. If we go north, Dickinson's at 39, Bismarck's at 43. That's kind of what's coming towards us, unfortunately. But it's not going to be that cold. I mean, for the overnights we will be, but that's the great thing about this time of year. It's really hard to get a good, consistent cold snap to happen. So I'm going to pull this to the current time, and we're going to jump back to the radar. And there was the quick rescan. So here's our severe thunderstorm warning. It's in Stearns, Meeker, and Wright counties. And that does show a couple of pockets of hail, the biggest one being just south and west of Kingston, being the most concentrated area of likely hail. Another one just to the north and just to the east northeast, really, of Kingston. So those two pockets bear watching. You can even see a little bit of something develop down here towards Dassel. Otherwise, with this little cell down here between Fairfax and Hector that's trying, that's the thing that's going to be the optimum word of the afternoon. With this line, we're going to get them, but I think this may be it. I don't think we're going to see a whole heck of a lot of severe weather with this, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, depending on how you look at it. And I just realized it did not sign me to the chat. I cannot see what y'all are saying on YouTube, if anything. Well, you're having a bad day when you can't type your own passwords. Uh, okay. But rather for just a split second, I need to get a notification to pop up. And of course, it's not going to see other electronic device. Now that sees it. Okay. I love it when it tries to tell me that a piece of software has accessed my stuff. Well, yeah, I told it to. All right. So now I can actually see the chat, which is good. A ton of stuff going on too. All right. So I'm just touching base on some stuff here real quick. It's amazing how that works. No matter what you try to do, something will happen and you will get interrupted while you're trying to do a live stream. It just seems to be the way it works. Is when I try to do one of these, something happens and I wind up having to listen to people, talk to people. That's why I didn't have this. Okay. I just realized I think you guys can actually hear. No, you shouldn't be able to. Okay, never mind. I hear it, but you guys can't, which is good. One thing I was trying to set up, and all of a sudden everything happened, so I had to quick shift gears. Did I not upload that file? Okay. You know, do you ever have one of those days where it's just like, no matter what you do, it seems like you can't stop tripping over your own feet? That's where I'm at right now. Okay, I don't want to do that way. That works. There's a voice in my ear that's missing, and I'd like to have that voice there. There we go. Oh, whoops. There we go. That's better. I'm just kind of looking down the line here. You know, just outside, just on the northern edge of this watch, up towards Little Falls, reaching up towards Crosby and the Brainerd area. Well, more towards Aitken, really. There's a little strong storm up there. Another cell just to the southwest of St. Cloud. Looks like it's starting to get its act together. I am looking at this storm down here towards Kingston and South Haven. That is that storm that's over in northeastern Meeker County and northwestern Wright, moving into southeastern Stearns. That storm is starting to actually look like it's getting rather well organized. Look at one other thing here real quick. It's trying to pull something together. It's trying to actually organize. Okay. Just looking, doing that whole correlation thing. It's like, okay, if this and this, if the two things overlap, then it's probably a good description of what you got going on. So that's what I'm doing. Yep, a little bit of that. Okay. Yep. That's in the right spot too. So they've trimmed down some of this warning. So Dassel, Darwin, and Cokato, you're no longer in this. But as I look back at this storm, these little pockets of cells down by Dassel, reaching down along Minnesota 15, those are starting to look more interesting because that storm is starting to take on more of a bit of a curvature here. Because you can see it kind of drops a little bit just west south, just a little bit south southwest. It's a little bit west of due south, but then it starts curling back around, and then you've got this other stuff out in front. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. So what I was looking at, I'll have to wait for the next scan to come through. There are a couple of spots I'm watching that could be trying to organize more of a mesoscale rotation as opposed to just being there. My other question is this going to be a teaser in front of the front? Or is this going to be all there is? Because the front is still a couple hundred miles behind where these storms are now. So that's why I'm having those questions in my head. A solid line of warnings now from Storm Lake, Iowa, all the way down to Lincoln, brief gap, and then another one for Beatrice. There'll probably be another warning issued down, or another watch issued out here in Oklahoma, most likely. We have tornado watches that run all the way from Wichita, Emporia, Kansas, to Salina, to Topeka, and that goes all the way up to the Iowa border, just to the west of Mason City. So Forest City, Iowa, back to Primgar and Sibley. That's all tornado watch. And then we have severe thunderstorm watch up here in Minnesota. Okay, so we are now down to radar indicated half-dollar size tail and 60-mile-an-hour winds on the storm moving into Stearns County. It's got a little ways to go yet. The strongest part of the storm is just south of Kingston. And so that'll be moving up towards South Haven and eventually Clearwater. But areas from St. Augusta all the way back down to Silver Creek and Becker will see this eventually. St. Cloud, you're about to get hit by a storm, but it is not severe at this time. And that is just going to bring some heavy rain. And that's going to be the other thing that we have to watch out for with all of these storms is given their slower motion. I mean, yes, the storms are racing, this individual storms are racing to the northeast at 40, but the actual line is only moving at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So any storms that do form, if they start to form a larger mass, so if we're looking, say, more up here to like this Little Falls line, yeah, the storms are moving northeast, but you notice they're forming behind each other. If I put this in motion, you'll see it more. You can see them keep forming. They kind of anchor off right about here, just between Little Fall and Piers, right about where the mouse is. If you watch that area, you can see the storms just keep developing. So that area right there is just getting hit over 20, 30, 40 minutes. And these storms are capable of producing 2 to 2.5 inches of rain per hour. And over here in central Minnesota into south central and east central Minnesota, we're okay. We can handle that kind of rain over that short period of time. Now, getting into southwestern Wisconsin and central Wisconsin, they could not take that. They have had a ton of rain. They've had a lot of flooding problems. And so adding in another 2 inches of rain or an inch and a half of rain or whatever they get in that short period of time, that is likely going to produce some serious flash flooding. But I can fill a lot of space here, but there's not a lot to talk about, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm okay with this. Not having a lot to talk about is a good thing. So, what in the... Trying to figure something out here real quick. I'm not getting... The chat was there, the chat is gone. And I'm like, where did you go? Ah, okay, it detached itself. I see what it did. Okay, so if I can do this. There we go. That's on my radar. Okay, perfect. All right. Little things we figure out live as we go. So just gonna kind of, okay, I'm watching a few things start to happen here. So from so heavier shower north of Breezy Point, quickly moving off to the north. But from What was that? That's not Crosby. Is there anything in there? That's Brainerd. Okay. So from just east of Brainerd, all the way back down to Little Falls, there's a little bit of an eastward jump, and then from the areas around Royalton and Buckman all the way back down to St. Cloud, another eastward little jump, and then from Clearwater all the way down towards Dassel, we've got stronger thunderstorms. We have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright counties, and that will continue on here for another 12 minutes. 1.25 inch hail or half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds being the threat there. These storms are coming in from the southwest out towards Iowa. They're not holding together, but what I'm looking at and watching now is over here in Carver County and out here into, I just forgot my county names. Oh my gosh. McLeod County. Starting to see some cells pop out ahead of this other activity. And those are the cells, that's the kind of thing we have to watch out for, is those cells can sometimes surprise us and they can suddenly suddenly and quickly spin up. And all of a sudden they're producing hail in 15, 20 minutes. The one thing I see that is starting to worry me a bit is look back at that line of showers. It's starting to strengthen up from Baldwin back down towards Winona. And if you look at that carefully, you can see that it is starting to actually strengthen up. That's the last thing they need in central Wisconsin, is for that line to get stronger. And yet I think that's exactly what it's going to wind up doing. I'll pop this out of motion. We don't need it in motion for what we're watching. So I'm going to continue to watch this cell out here. It's got some quirky characteristics about it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just it's a mess. That's the best way I can describe this storm. Is I look at the velocity data. You, you could start to make a bit of a case right here, just south of Knapp, right where the mouse is, right here. You can make a case there might be some rotation starting to form up there. But if we find Knapp, there's Knapp. It's not where I would expect to see any form of rotation. So our rotation is still down here. So I'm going to set that just above the warnings there so we can see where it's at reference-wise. And there's the same exact thing. It's just that we're looking at reflectivity versus velocity data. Yeah, if anything, I would be starting to look at areas from Annandale, curving south and east, coming in towards Maple Lake, Albion Center, and Albright. That little bow out there, and if you look at the reflectivity, you can see where it's starting to bow out here. When storms start to bow out like that, what can happen? Sometimes what they'll do is they'll start producing a swath of strong winds. So we could see some 60 to 65-mile-an-hour winds possible in there. Zoomed out way too far there. Got some showers over the north central metro, Brooklyn Park, Blaine, Columbia Heights, Minneapolis. Those are all going to move off to the northeast fairly quickly to about 40 miles an hour. So they'll be along the I-35E, 35W confluence up there in Columbus here pretty quick. Watching our storms out here by Watertown start to get their organization together. Hutchinson, you've got another cell just to your west. You got another one to your southwest down by Stewart. So there are some cells down here, and even farther south towards Newell. South of Sleepy Eye, there's another cell, south of Windham, and way down there, just on the Iowa border, south of Lakefield, northwest of Spirit Lake, another cell. And then we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to get closer and closer to Minnesota. We have a storm that is severe warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for southeastern Clay County in northwestern Iowa. That's 14 miles south of Spencer. And that storm is moving to the northeast. So that eventually, on that trajectory, if I can draw a line in there quick, would roughly eyeballing it go somewhere Oh, between Wells and Albert Lee, and then thread the needle between Looming Prairie and Owatonna. So eventually could make it up into Wabasha, or not Wabasha, Goodhue County. Why I always think Wabasha is in, that's Wabasha County. I know it's Goodhue County. I live right next to it. St. Cloud, you're getting a nice little shower. I don't see any lightning though. I may have lightning turned off because it gets cluttered sometimes if I don't. Uh, Maybe I do not have, I don't have it turned on. Okay. Hmm. I know where it's at. Yeah, I have it turned off. I had to think about it for a second. I'm like, did I have it turned off? I do. It's the very tippy top here. There it is, lightning on. Hey, there we go. Oh yeah, that makes much more sense. Okay. Ugh. Storm tracks are lovely, but they can really clutter a map. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that way. Mm, okay. There we go. Got the hail turned on, or the lightning turned on. So what immediately catches my eye outside of our severe thunderstorm warning is the cell just to the south and west of Sleepy Eye. That's, whoa. Where are we going? We don't know. Um, that's pretty close. There we go. A little too far tilted. So you can see a lot of this storm down here, south and west of Sleepy Eye, is getting quite a bit of a lightning in it now, which it was not before. Getting a little bit of lightning now with these storms between Delano and Watertown. Here's our severe thunderstorm warning in Stearns, Stearns, Meeker, and Wright counties. Oh man, completely unable to talk today. And that'll expire here in 5 minutes. I'm not sure if they'll extend this one. They may. And the reason I say that is I'm looking back here to the west of French Lake. You can see these dark brown black areas. Those are areas that have some larger hail. There's not a lot of lightning in this storm. There is some quite a bit, some down here north of Dassel. So that's another area to watch. And then the cell up by St. Cloud, which goes up towards Sartell and Rice. Wow, I cannot talk to them. That storm has almost no lightning in it, which tells me at this point it is just a very heavy shower. Going farther north along this line, there we go. We've got actually more lightning up here running along the Cuyuna Range from Crosby back down towards Brainerd, and then coming back down towards Platte and Harding. That's going to cover Shepherd. That storm actually has more lightning in it than anything else around it, really. And so that's why I find that rather intriguing. So I would have thought those storms would have been less active. Yeah, that storm out here by Delano is starting to pull together here pretty nicely. So this is a loop going back only about 25 minutes. I'm going to zoom in on this storm and watch it develop. It's not anything major yet, but it's also starting in an area that is favorable. And here's that storm down here by Sleepy Eye. That storm's just getting more and more organized. So as I look at that, I start to see that hail core come together just south of Sleepy Eye. Hmm. I could see, probably not. I could see northeastern Brown. I have to look at my counties real quick. Nicollet, Renville, and possibly even extending it up into Sibley because there's not a lot of county here. But this area, I could see getting a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm if it continues to grow. That if it continues to grow is the key phrase there. And I don't know what exactly Chanhassen is doing. and I say that only because I'm not there. I can't see what the team is doing out there and what storms they're monitoring and for what. But yeah, this a storm up here by just north of St. Cloud up towards Sawtell, moving up towards Gilman and Morrill. Eventually, that's going to parallel, pretty much parallel to the north of Minnesota 23, so up towards Malacca and Mora. It'll eventually drift a little bit farther north and probably go up and cross closer to Sandstone to Moose Lake when it crosses 35. But the storm down here by Delano is now starting to produce more lightning. The storm down here by Newell, that one, that's the one that I think is going to be our next severe thunderstorm warning. I really do. And this warning was updated a minute ago. Yeah, they're saying the storm is weakened for Meeker, Stearns, and Wright counties, and that warning is going to be allowed to expire. So I agree with that one to a point. I probably will think that it's going to be one of those where it's like, yep, we're gonna let it expire, but then we're gonna wind up having to reissue it here in 10, 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah. For those of you in the Northeast Metro, is there any lightning in this? No. Just some showers. We had a round of those move in probably around 10 o'clock this morning here in the metro. That's that area that's now moving out. And really, I mean, that's a pretty solid area of showers and better thunderstorms farther south. It runs pretty much from Aitkin down to Pine City, Sandstone, runs all the way back down to Balsam Lake towards Cumberland in Wisconsin, down to Menominee. South of Menominee, starting into more showers and thunderstorms, is a little more concentrated area just west of Menominee. Another one just west of Durand. So this area here is going to have to be watched as well because that has got some much warmer air to work with. They're up in the upper 70s to low 80s. So we got a few things to watch now. Yeah. This, at this point, it's just kind of a pause and wait. And that's all I can do. Which is one of my least favorite things to do, let me tell you. Okay. There are times when you know you're supposed to keep talking because dead air is deadly, but at the same time, it's only so many things I can say so many times before I'm just kind of like I'm repeating myself on a loop. And then what happens is you wind up getting yourself out of touch with what's going on and you're in deep trouble. All right. Okay, I'm gonna look at the storm Noam here. There we go. Two cells are trying to merge and they're not doing it terribly well. Little cell up here northwest of Lake Crystal, just clipping Blue Earth County. Zoom way out in the big picture here. Should go out a little further. Okay. So this storm over Annandale, the National Weather Service has issued a special weather statement covering a good chunk of real estate for Benton, Sherburne, Wright, and extending out into Isanti and Mille Lacs County. That is for a strong thunderstorm capable of producing winds up to 50 mile an hour and up to penny-sized hail. So we're right on the cusp of a severe thunderstorm warning at that point. Let's see if I'm going to throw back on special weather statements. A lot of times I don't have them turned on just because it can add another layer of complexity onto things. There they are. Sorry about that. There we go. That is that large. Okay, it doesn't cover ice I thought it did. I apologize. So southeastern Stearns, northwestern right, Sherburne, almost the northwestern half of Sherburne County, and then into southern Benton County and just clipping the far southern part of Malacca or Mille Lacs County. So Glen Dorado over to Princeton, you're in that special weather statement, but even as far north as Pease and Malacca, you're not. So Mille Lacs County, don't get too worked up about hearing that your county's getting called out. It's a special weather statement, and that's all it is. So yeah, hail to 3/4 of an inch and winds to 50 miles an hour is the official from the Weather Service. And looking, I'm going to keep an eye down here. But still down west of New Ulm that went up through Sleepy Eye. That one's looking like it's going to get its collective stuff together. I have to watch this cell down here to the south and west of Jackson. I was looking at Lake Park and almost said it. And then get a few other thunder showers starting to develop here. South and west of Winford, north of Glencoe. And then another one moving up over Delano that's eventually going to move up towards Elk River. Actually, I think that one may actually go. It's going to go east of or west of Elk River. It's going to go between Monticello and Elk River. St. Michael, you're going to see it on the west side, and then eventually up to Princeton, Baldwin, and Zimmerman. You're going to be in the path of that cell that's down by Delano right now. Nice line of showers and thunderstorms starting to develop out here in Wisconsin. Not severe, just your garden variety line of storms from Menominee down towards Alma. So that's getting in. That's getting out of that severe thunderstorm watch, which doesn't surprise me too much. I haven't seen any sign they're going to extend anything farther east. They could be premature to do that. But so let me just take a look at what the Storm Prediction Center has said. So much stuff going on at once here. Minnesota into western Wisconsin. Strong to severe storms remain likely. Damaging winds and hail are probable. A couple of tornadoes remain possible. Okay, so there is some low level helicity or spin in the atmosphere that wasn't there earlier. So seeing some tightening up the atmospheric parameters. And that's why they're saying tornadoes are still possible. Could be an embedded supercellular structure or a quasi-linear convective system, or QLCS, spin up. And I'm going to use this example in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, you are not under any tornado warnings. There is nothing that suggests tornadoes there. I'm just using this line on the radar as my example. What you see is you see a line of severe storms that line up like this. And in the very front, where the gust front is coming into that air that's ahead of it, sometimes you can get just a little bit of spin there and you'll get a quick EF0, EF1 tornado that's on the ground for a minute or two, and it's done. And that's why we call them spin ups, is because they're just up and spin up, gone. But as we always say, if tornadoes, a weak tornado until it hits your house, and then it's a tornado. It's tornado hits your house. So don't poo-poo those, but at the same time, they're not going to be the Oklahoma type supercells where you have to worry about losing an entire town to a tornado or worse. We're not going to be seeing anything like what they saw down in Kankakee earlier this year in Kankakee, Illinois, that monster tornado that went through there. If we see any tornadoes today, they'll likely be EF0, EF1 storms. Maybe a low end EF2 would be my guess. I'm not entirely sold on the tornado threat. It's there, but I don't think we're going to see much of it. And judging by the fact that we're in a severe thunderstorm watch and not a tornado watch, I would have to say the Storm Prediction Center was thinking the same thing. The potential is there, but not likely. I like to say it a lot, but anything is possible. Probable is a whole other can of worms. I'm just pausing for just a split second to take a look across whole region here. Yeah, there's nothing in western Wisconsin that concerns me at this point. We have our special weather statement for this storm moving up from Annandale, moving up towards Clearwater and Becker. Silver Creek, Clearwater, Becker, you're just getting into it. Santiago, Glendorado, Orac, and areas up towards Foley, you're going to see this storm very shortly. Not severe, 3/4 inch hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds are the current threats that are being listed on this one. Otherwise, we still have our cell. Hassel seems to kind of be the sweet point of initiation. Watch this whole area. They just keep forming down here. I mean, they're moving a little bit to the east, not a lot, but a little bit. But once they do, they just keep going to that same area. So yeah, that southeastern Stearns, northwestern Wright counties into far northeastern Meeker. I'd be watching out for some low-lying flooding. So streams in towns might get a little full. Got another storm that has now really kind of organized quite well up here by Winstead. Got another one getting its act together north and east of Brownton. And we have a whole other line that's trying to get together here from areas around Monticello all the way back down towards Waconia. And those will be in the metro here pretty shortly. At this time, they are not severe. The only thunderstorms are the cells up towards Greenfield and St. Michael. And then farther south, another cell trying to go up by Nicollet. Still this big storm up here by New Ulm along the Minnesota River. And then once we get farther south, there's another bigger cell just moved in from Iowa. It's over down by Jackson. That's going to make more sense to look at that one from Sioux Falls. Yeah, it looks much better on the Minneapolis radar in terms of how severe it looks, because this actually gives you a better look at it. Here's that storm by New Ulm from Sioux Falls. Okay, so that cell up here by Greenfield and the one down by Waconia, both are looking somewhat organized. There we go. We'll zoom in a little too far there. Sorry about that. I'm going to just point out the development in this cell, these storms over in western Wisconsin. Just run the loop a couple of times here. And this is running from 3:30 to now. So this is only about 25 minutes. And yeah, they go from just little scattered showers. You get a pretty good area of thunderstorms now. It's actually gone north of Briceville up towards Prairie Farm. Eventually it's going to move up towards Barron and Chautauqua. And that's going to extend all the way down. It's going to it's just going to miss Strum and Osseo and Augusta. But areas up towards Eau Claire, Cadott, Cornell, Bloomer, Stanley, and Ladysmith, you're going to see these storms. Again, nothing severe, more of your garden variety showers and thunderstorms. You're right on the edge of that severe thunderstorm watch, so it's possible that you could see some severe weather in that. But at this time, I don't see a lot of potential there. I'm much more concerned about these storms that are blowing up really right along the Minnesota 15 corridor right now. We've got a line from Aitkin down to about Foley. There's a little bit of a gap. Foley, you're going to thread that gap. I don't know if you're going to get much out of any of this at all. Of that strong cell that's still moving through northwestern Meeker County. Good God. Northwestern Wright County, southeastern Stearns County. That is moving into Sherburne County. We'll be moving into Mille Lacs and Benton counties here shortly. Still have our feisty little storm down here by New Ulm. Would not be surprised to see some hail reports start to come out of that storm. And then the storm back down here towards Jackson looks more impressive than it is. And I'm looking way down here into the northern parts of the tornado watch in Iowa, and it's just all severe thunderstorm warnings. Currently, there are no tornado warnings in our area. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, and realistically, none of them count, because for me to be able to see what's happening, say in Forest City, Iowa, Mason City, Osage, Cresco, right in the northern tier here, I have to enable the Des Moines Weather Service office. So all of these warnings down here are being issued by National Weather Service Des Moines. So that's why that total says 5. It's the same thing with Duluth. They could issue a severe thunderstorm warning for, oh my God, um, the county that International Falls is in starts with a K. Oh my God, Coochin County. And it'll show up in our warning count here because, again, Duluth is active because you want to be able to see what's happening up here on the north edge of our coverage area. So don't let that severe 5 and tornado 0, don't let those numbers get to you too much. If you start hearing me mentioning your county, then, or your town, then start being a little bit more concerned. All right. Sorry, I'm chuckling at hearing the weather radio chattering in my ear and talking about temperatures holding in the upper 60s. I'm like, whole region's in the low 70s. Okay, well, that's yeah, okay. But then I look and I was like, okay, Cambridge 67, Princeton 68, St. Cloud 68, Litchfield 63 until they get a storm. And then still 70 up here in Paynesville, 79 in Wilmer. So the front has not come through. Front is just now starting to get towards the border. It'll be interesting to see what the temperatures show here in an hour or a few minutes when these update for the new hour at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. All right. Let me take a look at that big of the big picture. So I'm going to do this view for now. Depending on what happens with the sell up towards St. Cloud, I may drop this a little farther north. I'm not too worried about anything south of I-90 at this point. That's not to say that there aren't going to be there aren't going to be storms that develop in that area, but for right now, yeah, as I look at this, I'm going to actually bring that north. There we go. So one of the things I haven't looked at yet is to see if we've gotten a watch status on this. I want to see if they've dropped any of the counties. I'd be surprised if they did. What? Uh, Hold on. I'm suddenly V confused. Bear with me, y'all. I need to see something and how they have it mapped out because the way I see it, I'm a little perplexed. Day 1. Okay. Okay, bear with me because I'm gonna look at okay. Uh, uh, I'm having a lot of questions right now from the for Storm Prediction Center. The new graphic has not come across yet. That's part of where my confusion is lying at the moment. Because bear with, I'm gonna jump out and look at a different product real quick. I want to see what the. This makes no sense. I'm almost waiting for a correction to come across on the new day 1. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Uh, okay. So the biggest thing I see happening here is the severe risk has gotten yanked way north. Holy cow, way north. Ooh, way north. So let me real quick grab this. So this is our current view. That's the outlook. There's that update. You remember how the severe the slight risk only came up to just nipping the Twin Cities? Now it's all the way up to Wadena, up towards Park Rapids, all the way over to Duluth, to Hayward, covers all the way down to Chippewa Falls and Eau Claire down to La Crosse. So that area has expanded quite a bit. 5% tornado risk still just barely clips Albert Lee and far extreme south central Minnesota. Wind slight risk looks the same as it did. So this 15 yellow, this 15% yellow area, that is where the old severe thunderstorm warning slight risk was. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for, where the heck? It just decided not to throw it to me. There we go. And that is for that storm. Surprise, surprise. We have southeastern Benton, northwestern Sherburne, and southwestern Mille Lacs County until 4:30. Storm located over Becker, or 15 miles southeast of St. Cloud, moving northeast at 45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail are the primary threats, along with a tornado possible tag on this one. So that is one we are definitely going to have to watch. And thank you. They didn't tone that. There wasn't even an EAS data burst. Wow. Sorry. Things in my ear. That it actually came up faster here on the stream and the radar than it did on the weather radio. That was a little disturbing. So our hail risk is that same area. That's where that slight risk upgrade came from, is the hail threat. Our wind threat, still much the same area as the slight. So that slight risk enhancement was entirely hail driven. The reason I was perplexed when I saw the day one come across, and let me grab, this is the headline right here. That's the headline. Whoops, I just closed it, of course. So here's the actual headline. There is an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms north central Minnesota, eastern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. There's no enhanced risk anywhere in Minnesota. So that's why I'm a little perplexed as to why that headline is there and why I'm waiting for a correction. We'll have to see what actually happens with that. Let's go back to the radar. Okay, so it's starting to get a little perky around these parts. So down by St. Peter up towards Le Sueur, thunderstorms got an attack together there. We still have a storm north of New Ulm. That's moving up towards Gibbon and Winthrop. That storm looks interesting, to say the least. Reflectivity begs to differ entirely. Yeah. So, oh, that's this little area right here. It's not tight rotation. It's definitely a mesoscale rotation. So that whole storm area is spinning, but that's why there's that tornado possible tag on that one. The other area I'm looking at is right over Silver Creek, but that's in the wrong spot. Right here, just a little bit of an indent there. And those indents are what you have to watch out for sometimes. So unfortunately, I do have a commitment this evening at 6 o'clock. So by 5:30, I'm going to have to end the stream. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be through this or not. I think this may be one of those where we're clearing most of the Twin Cities, and I may have to bail on Western Wisconsin. I do apologize for that, but when one of your siblings, or not siblings, one of your children has to be at an event, you don't get to do this. So still, these storms are starting to look much more supercellular. So that's why I'm kind of watching this going, this is starting to get much more interesting than it was. We have not gotten the new temperatures, it looks like. All right, so let's eyeball things here. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to zoom in actually. So I'll focus in on this storm north of that's between the St. Cloud and the Twin Cities. Becker and Clear Lake, you're in it. Clearwater, you're about to get it for a little while. Though areas like Silver Creek over towards Becker, you're about to get a second round of this. You got this first little lobe of it coming through, but now the rest of it's going to come through. And they are correctly issuing a tornado possible tag on this specific storm, and I do not disagree with it at all. Storm is moving to the northeast at 45, but the whole line is creeping at about 25 miles an hour to the east. But I'm also watching these storms farther back down this line. From Clearwater back down past French Lake and Maple Lake, down almost to Howard Lake. Because some of those areas are starting to show some signs of rotation in there. I'm going to bring that back up. Nothing intense in rotation, but there's a few spots that are sus. You know what? Just north of Becker here. I mean just north of Becker. That's an area I'm starting to watch more because that's starting to look more and more concerning. Unfortunately, the area around Mankato is, especially when you get like towards St. James, down towards Fairmont and Blue Earth, you are in a black hole for radar because your closest radars are La Crosse, Chanhassen, Sioux Falls, or Des Moines. So you're kind of missing a lot of data. And you can see that first little lip right there between Wyndham and just south of Fairmont. So right here, that is a range fold. So that is the first kind of principal cutoff for the radar. The second one is down here towards Sac City and Iowa, and you see the lower half down here. And so that's why I'm looking at this storm up here going, boy, it's in the worst possible spot it could be in for trying to see it. So I'm going to keep us focused somewhat here in Minnesota. I'm going to scoot this over just a bit so we can see western Wisconsin as well. So right now, no warnings in west central Wisconsin. It is just showers and thunderstorms moving through in advance of the main front and the main line. You're going to see some heavy rain in spots. You're going to see some lightning, possibly some small hail. But again, none of these storms are severe. They're just there. Otherwise, we have a strong cell just north of St. Peter. We have another one north of New Ulm. That storm north of New Ulm is fading fast. It's there, but if you look at the lightning data from where it was, the lightning activity has just plummeted with that one. That's a strong sign of weakening. However, the storm north of St. Peter is now producing a lot more lightning than it was just a few minutes ago. It's just like bam, and all of a sudden it's just lightning everywhere. So that storm is definitely strengthening. And there's all kinds of strangeness happening up here in this line. There's several little places where, yeah. So that rotation that was a bit tighter north of Becker has loosened up again. And it's trying to tighten back up again. So areas like Princeton, between Princeton and Glendorado, but Princeton for sure. That's going to go over the Kunkel Wildlife Management Area, the Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge. Baldwin, you should miss the worst of it. But one thing to watch is if this cell starts moving more towards Orrock and Zimmerman, then we're definitely going to have to watch this storm because that would make it a right mover, which brings some storm relative influence into it and actually increases the chances of rotation. The other thing I'm looking at is there's a couple little pockets down here, like one down here by Maple Lake. There's a whole bunch of little spots in here that look like they could, like right here. So north and west of Maple Lake, not even right along 55. Another one due just right on top almost of Maple Lake to the southwest. Those are the two spots I'm looking at. One right here, and they're both in little notches. The other thing that makes me suspect about that is that curve. I'm starting to see that C shape. And then it reverses back to the backward C, and then this whole area is going to have to be watched, especially these cells that are trying to develop out in front of it. So areas from Elk River, Albertville, Otsego, they're scattered all the way down almost to Victoria and Chanhassen. A storm by New Ulm. It'll be gone here shortly. It's going to fall apart. And then we have a nice little hail core developing just to the south and west of Le Sueur. No rotation in that storm, just some serious hail starting to develop. Yeah. That storm by New Ulm was starting to fall apart. We're getting a nice hail core, though. South and west of Le Sueur. The hail signature is starting to show up much more pronounced just to the west of, basically between French Lake and Maple Lake, south of, just barely east of Annandale. Another area just over Clearwater Lake, right along 24. And then some signature for some larger hail north of Becker, but primarily I'm looking back into Wright and into Stearns County still for the hail threat down in this area. This is the area I'm watching out for the most. Oh, I forgot I'm listening to the Clearwater, Minnesota weather radio station, which makes sense for considering where I'm looking at. But it's more of the, oh, yeah, it can't say things correctly. And we just got a new update for our area from the Storm Prediction Center, which I've been waiting on. Okay, Western Wisconsin. Surrounding severe storms remain likely this afternoon into this evening. Damaging winds and hails are probable. A couple of tornadoes remain possible. And as of 3:45, regional radar showed a broken band of strong to severe storms along progressive portions of the cold front across central Minnesota. And temperatures have warmed into the low 70s, as we know. All right. So I don't know where I'm playing audio from. I've got it in my ear. I don't know what the source device is. Oops. I think we just lost the, yeah, we did. So the National Weather Service has a transmitter. If you know where the rest area is out by Clearwater. Yeah, that just took a lightning strike. But yeah, they just took a lightning strike. I heard it as it went off the air. So Clearwater with National Weather Service radio is off the air for the moment. It should hopefully come right back up. Usually when this happens, what'll happen is it'll bounce and it'll shut down for a minute because of the lightning strike, and then it will pause a little bit and then come back online. So that's what I'm waiting for at this point. Is just for it to come back in my ear, hopefully. If not, I can always switch over or other sites I can listen to. I just like the Clearwater station because it covers pretty much down to Hutchinson and Waconia, all the way up, almost to Little Falls. It seems like Stearns and Benton counties are in its warning area, so it's a nice, broad, wide area coverage, and it also includes Hennepin, Anoka, and Wright counties. So, yeah, it's a handy little radio station for me. Okay, where was I? Where was I streaming that from? There it is. There's that. Okay. Do 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 do. Bear with me. I'm just switching the feed in my ear. Huh. Curious. What the heck? Yeah, that transmitter seems to have gone down hard. The stream is just repeating an IP address. So it's hopefully telling us where it is and what it is, but not really giving us anything else to go with it. Let's look at that storm down here by Le Sueur. Oh, nice little thunderstorm. Maybe some small hail in it. Again, right now our biggest watch, or area to watch, our biggest concern is the storm up here that's actually almost up on Santiago now. There's some definite rotation moving towards Princeton. It's not tight, it's not tornadic, but the storm is rotating. Yeah, it's pretty pretty light at this point, nothing organized. Starting to see a little bit of rotation in the storm, excuse me, north and western Winthrop as well. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Okay, Wright County has now been cleared out of our severe thunderstorm warning. And they have not upgraded or updated either one. Princeton, you guys need to be taking your I shouldn't take your precautions, or put your precaution plan into place for what you would do in case of a tornado warning. The storm is showing just enough hints of rotation trying to come together out here south and east of Santiago. And that area is moving towards you in Princeton. So if you're out by the wildlife management area, if you're out by the airport, Sherburne Country Mobile Home Park should be clear for this. You may see some stronger winds, but the area of rotation is going to move to your north and west, barely. So if you're in that mobile home park, you want to make sure you know where your shelter is. If you have a chance and you can get to someone else, one of your friends or neighbors who has a more sturdy structure with a basement or a storm shelter, I would be seeking that out right now. You may be in there for a few minutes, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If you're in your home, make sure you in an interior bathroom, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside. If you ideally a basement or a storm shelter, make sure if you have a helmet, like a bike helmet or a skating helmet or a hockey helmet, put that on your head, protect your head. Same thing goes with shoes. Make sure you're wearing shoes. If there's damage to your home or damage to wood, the trees come down through your house, anything like that, you do not want to be barefoot and trying to walk through storm debris to get out of your house. That will that will end badly for all involved. So I'm watching this area right in here. Not not urgently, oh my God, about it, but at the same time, it's distinctly there. And it has been pretty consistent. I'm going to put this back in motion. You can watch this whole area just comes together. It tightens up, it loosens up, it tightens up, it loosens up. And it's on another one of its strengthening binges. So that's why I'm kind of looking at it going, this might be a good thing to be prepared for. That way, if, God forbid, there is a tornado warning issued for this, you're ready to deal with it. Otherwise, none of the storms otherwise really show much for signs of rotation, which I'm okay with. I'd really not I would really like to not have any tornadoes today. And honestly, the stuff coming out of Iowa, down here by Jackson, that's actually starting to look a bit more impressive. Still not crazy, but a lot of lightning in it now. Storm down here by Emmitsburg in Iowa. So 1 inch, 60 mile an hour, severe thunderstorm warning. But that storm is going to be moving up into areas between Blue Earth and Albert Lee. Eventually, it's going to move up towards Waseca and Owatonna if it holds together. And then you've got just an absolute beast of a squall line in northwestern Iowa that's running from almost Sac City and Rockwell City all the way down to the Council Bluffs area. So I mean that's a nice line of storms if you're into that sort of thing. There's look at it from the Omaha radar site. See a few more storms building up here, and then down towards Tecumseh, and just south of Beatrice again. more severe thunderstorms, and then here's more activity finally starting to happen in Kansas. Still waiting to see if they wind up issuing anything for Oklahoma, our favorite place to get tornadic supercells. But back up here to what we're looking at. We've got showers and thunderstorms with a lot of lightning. The only severe thunderstorm warning right now is up here for Benton, Mille Lacs, and Benton and Sherburne counties. And at 4:02, so they have not updated this warning at all. So that's this little area right here. Okay. Boy, that rotation's... It's not in the right part of the storm. Mm. Trying to look at its placement. Yeah, it's in the wrong part of the storm. I mean, it's in the wrong part of the storm. I mean, I could see it here if this is the rear flank downdraft here, but then this whole area back here is not going to help it grow at all. So that's what I'm kind of... Yeah, Princeton, yeah, I think you can stand down for the moment. Everything down here north of Buffalo, between Buffalo and Clearwater, including Maple Lake, Becker, Monticello. Strong storms, maybe some gusty winds, but not severe. Same thing for this storm down here by Le Sueur. That storm blew up, and now it's fizzling again. And the storm out here by New Ulm, just that was bound by New Ulm, is all the way up to Brownton now. It's going to pass west of Glencoe, just to the southeast of Hutchinson, if it makes it that far to Hutchinson. I'm not sure that it will. And it's kind of a hodgepodge here. We've got some stronger thunderstorms, but the only severe warned storm right now is our cell that's moving up north and east of Becker, moving up towards Princeton. And this whole complex is just a complex mess. It's an area that needs therapy. Though I'm still... I know where it's at. I see where it's at. And okay. That's that area right there. It started, I mean, the radar sees it. It's a weak rotation, but it's there. But okay. Huh. Really? Right here. Huh. It's one of those where some of the products show there could be something going on, and the other parts say, no, 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 not at all. So it's like, okay, time to interrogate a bit. Interrogation complete. Again, taking a look out here into western Wisconsin. Looks like we've had a report of 3/4 inch hail just to the south and west of Menominee. Yeah, 3/4 inch hail measured. I think that's going to be the extent of these storms. Maybe some wind gust approaching 50 miles an hour. Hails to 3/4 inch, so not severe hail. And the bigger threat's going to be heavy rain, just a quick torrential downpour that may last 15 to 20 minutes, but could drop as much as 3/4 inch to an inch of rain. And they updated this tornado, warned below, weakened below severe limits, no longer poses an immediate threat. So they're going to drop this warning. Okay, okay. You know, I'm curious if we had a brief touchdown just north of that marker for the Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge. So right about 184th Street and 289th Avenue Northwest up here. And that's going to be in Sherburne County. There's a quick CC drop in that, and it's in the, kind of the right spot for where I would expect to see a quick spin up. So I'm very curious as to what may have just happened there. Oh, man. Oops, that's not what I wanted. How did I do that? There we go. I'll do a quick change out presto here. Okay. Okay. This is using the same layout as a much more famous um, YouTube meteorologist. I am just not going to use the rest of what's available there. All right. Oh, excuse me. Oh. All right. So that line of storms that was trying to develop out here in western Hennepin County up into extreme eastern Meeker County, Wright County rather. Sorry, Wright County and Hennepin County, not Meeker, Hennepin and Wright. That area has somewhat got pulled in and starting to congeal with this area up here towards Becker. So right now, the only storm that looks to be in line for the metro core would be this cell that's moving up 169. And that storm is not even as intense as it was. So I'm not sure if it's even going to make it up here. The New Ulm storm is continuing to fall apart. It is now up where 212 and 15 cross out here in Brownton, and that storm is nothing like what it was. So as I watch this, currently have no special weather statements and no severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings at all. That's not to say that there's not more going on. Okay, so that's why. Okay. I was trying to figure out why they expanded that hail risk farther north. Now I see it. It's all this area up here. It's starting to build up and come together. Boy, that system down here over Benton and Sherburne counties looks much more intense from the Duluth radar, but it's also looking much, much higher up into the storm. That's what it looks like from Chanhassen, a much closer radar site looking much lower into the storm. Mm. It's funny because about 2:30ish, I said, you know what? I don't know if we're even going to get anything going on today. Don't know if there's going to be a reason to go live. Boom. 10 minutes later, severe thunderstorm watch gets issued for the entire area. Huh, okay. I got a little bit of time. I'll start switching gears. Okay. Boom. Severe thunderstorm warning for Meeker, Wright, and Stearns counties. I'm like, okay. And between technical issues with YouTube and some other issues locally, it was just like, okay, finally got everything together just in time for it to kind of go and fall apart again. So I'm like, okay. Still keeping an eye on this. What I may do is I may drop off camera and off mic, but I will leave this up and running, watching it on a different screen, on a different computer. And if necessary, I will. But we just got a new special weather statement for Almost severe hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Good gravy. Strong thunderstorm near Becker, 11 miles north of Buffalo, moving northeast at 40. Huh. Near Becker. Oh, this storm. I'm starting to really question some of the decisions that are being made. It's not my job. I'm just an armchair. I know this. Yeah, and there's that storm moving up towards Glencoe. You can see it's really starting to fall apart now. Though I thought the storm down here that was coming up 169 was starting to fade, but it's starting to get some more lightning. It's starting to go to the north too. And that new area is starting to get some lightning in it as well. So that's definitely going to have to be a must watch area. Okay. Good grief. So much stuff. There we go. Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to have a brief thinking moment for myself here. Okay, I just need to. There we go. Knowing that special weather statement is there and knowing how close it is to tripping the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning, I kind of don't want to walk away because I know as soon as I do, they're going to issue a new warning. I'm also very curious the fact that they keep issuing warnings, they expire, or they let them expire as the storm is weakened below severe limits. They issue a special weather statement for the little bit farther downstream, and then like 10, 15 minutes later, they wind up issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for baseline conditions. It's like those 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch hail or more. And I'm like, why not just extend the warning? But Jan Hansen and the National Weather Service, they have specific guidelines for how they do things. And so that's one of those where I just kind of get to smile and nod and go, yep, that's how they do it. Just looking downstream with the storm coming up 116. Yeah, that's starting to get some more lightning to it again. It kind of fizzled out there for a little bit and starting to build back up again. Buffalo, you're going to get another shower maybe here in about 20, 30 minutes. And that's that cell that was barreling up from west of New Ulm. It is quickly falling apart. I'd be more concerned about what just went through you than I would about the storm that's coming at you. The US 53 corridor from Eau Claire all the way up to Shell Lake. You're getting a nice line of showers and thunderstorms. Nothing severe, just some heavy rain in pockets and possibly some small hail. I don't see a lot of oomph for a hail signature there. Yeah, there's not. A little bit of a hail signature between, actually just southwest of Zimmerman. The area just south of Becker's got a nice hail potential. There's a few spots here and there between Menominee and Chippewa Falls, right about Elk Mound. There's another little pocket of elevated possibility. That would be fairly small hail if that's the case. I would be not be surprised to see a new severe thunderstorm warning based on this cell that's over Becker, and looking at that hail core and the way the integrated liquid shows up. Yeah, cloud tops are. Yeah, we're getting into the 45,000 foot range. All right. Whoa. Okay, I'm curious what that's got to be getting up in there. Holy cow. Let's look at the cloud top on this cell down here by Sioux Rapids. Almost said Sauk Rapids. Yeah, that's pushing 50,000 feet. These cells down here by Omaha are not far behind. There's a couple of them 50,000 foot tops. So, I mean, we've got some solid storms, but up here in Minnesota, we're getting up into the 40s, maybe the mid 40s. And I'm still watching that storm out here by Shakopee, the one up here by Buffalo, and keeping a general eye on this line of storms that runs down from Shell Lake all the way down to La Crosse. It actually runs all the way down to Prairie du Chien. As I'm looking, they have not cleared a county out of the severe thunderstorm watch yet. And I think the reason they have not done that yet is because the front's not through. The front's just now hitting the state line. And you can see that with temperatures in the low 80s to upper 70s here. Back out here along the US 59 line. And then you get back behind it pretty quick. It doesn't take long. 70 in Mitchell. It's 63 in Redfield. Aberdeen's down to 60. You got 64 up here in Britain. But yet you come over to Sisseton, it's 74, 73 in Wheaton, 79 in Morris. So the front's there. It's definitely doing its thing, but sorry, I'm gonna. There's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And now there's a tornado warning attached. Wow. Well, that storm means business. Where is Omaha? There it is. South Valley. Oop. Why can I not tap that window? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Um, oops. If. There we go. Sorry about that. Let's pop back up here to where we actually are more concerned with. Nothing up here. It's looking up in the Duluth area, north of Brainerd to Duluth. No warnings up there, just showers and thunderstorms. There is a stronger cell way, way up by Big Fork. And that's going to be in a radar hole as well. Yeah. Actually, I wonder. I think I'm going to be asking a miracle for Dryden to see it. Yeah, Dryden smears it. Okay. I have a couple of actually fairly substantial radar holes in terms of low level visibility in Minnesota. One is north central up towards International Falls, the other one being down towards Mankato, Austin, and Fairmont. A question in live chat here on YouTube asking about the Twin Cities area, saying it's quiet in the Twin Cities, and yes, it is. Right now, the only thing that's taking aim at the Twin Cities is this cell moving up 169. Eventually, that is going to move up towards Shakopee, Bloomington, and if it keeps together the airport, and then from there to St. Paul up towards Stillwater, there's another cell just starting to get fired up down here south of the center. And if those hold together, those would actually probably not hit the metro, but would clip at the far south side down towards Hastings. So right now, not a lot going on for the Twin Cities. It looks like we may not see anything at all. I don't want to jinx us too bad with that, but as it stands right now, that's kind of where I'm at. There's stronger activity in Wisconsin than there is here in our area. The only thing we have really to keep an eye on is this cluster of storms up here between Becker and Elk River, all the way up to Foley to Princeton. And that is a special weather statement on those. That is for penny-sized hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. It'll expire in 33 minutes. So we're right on the edge of that. 1 inch hail is considered severe. 60-mile-an-hour winds are considered severe. So it wouldn't take much if they hit the top end of that hail scale. A couple of reports, and we will have another severe thunderstorm warning on this complex. And I'm looking farther. If you notice, I'm scrolling back to the west and looking west. And the reason I'm doing that is if you look up here, south of Staples, down by Long Prairie, there's a couple of more cells trying to get going. And the front is still back along the state line, the Dakotas and Minnesota. So there's still plenty of fuel out here. There's plenty of oomph to get, if storms get going, they've got plenty of oomph to feed off of and get going. The question is will they do it? We do have quite a bit of convective, well, we had quite a bit of convective inhibition. The cloud cover today has really, really tamped down our severe weather chances. If you look out west where they had sun, it's in the low 80s. If you look out into Wisconsin, temperatures are in the low 80s. And then you've got upper 60s, low 70s here, right through the core of Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Oh, time for that stretch. There we go. We've not gotten any more hail reports out of this special weather statement. A little surprised. Okay, we're starting. Metro, I may have spoken too soon. As I look at this, I'm like, well, can I? Okay. It's not where I want that. Okay, there. Perfect. Almost. Okay. What? Okay, fine. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't mean to bang in your ear there. I'm having a system malfunction with YouTube chat, as in I can't see it. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here. And if you notice, we get a speckling of activity here. New Ulm to Mankato, in other words, Owatonna. And that storm up here, up towards Staples, that storm's starting to actually get organized too. Be curious to see what the ground truth is on this storm out here towards Eau Claire. It's going to move north of Eau Claire, really move towards Chippewa Falls and Lake Hallie up towards Lake Wissota. I don't see any storm reports out of that storm. Well, last report was back here in Menominee at 3/4 of an inch. And that was 40 minutes ago. So I'm just kind of wondering, that storm is quickly moving out of the severe thunderstorm watch, but it's on the borderline there. So I'm wondering if they're going to wind up I'd be surprised if they issued a severe thunderstorm watch out here in central Wisconsin, just because most of the activity is still back here in Minnesota. Oh, Twin Cities Weather Radio has picked up the bad habit now too. Um, no weather radio uses completely synthesized voices. It's extremely rare to hear a live human nowadays. Has been for a long time. And one of the things that just, besides some of the horrible pronunciations in the early days of the voices, is to this day it will still talk about strong winds, and then they can blow around unsubdued objects, and it's just like, really, we've had this stupid voice system for like 20 years. Why haven't we fixed this? And they've gotten most of the place names correct. They just cannot seem to get winds and knob objects correct. And looking at this, cell is moving up 169. It's losing its lightning. But right behind it, we get a storm down here by Henderson that's starting to develop more lightning with it as it grows. I think this is going to be one of those where we're going to see a lot of individual development. It'll go for a little bit, it'll die off, and then another storm will blow up near it. And thankfully, so far, we've not had a whole lot of severe weather. I mean, we had a couple of reports of 1.25 inch hail, and that's it so far. Well, knock on wood, we'll stay that way. But as it is, when you start getting into this whack-a-mole situation where it's like, okay, that storm's up for 15, 20, 30 minutes and it fizzles out. But there's another storm that develops and does the same thing. You wind up issuing just a ton of warnings if these storms go severe, and it becomes a game of whack-a-mole, because you should clear the other watch, or clear the other warning rather, for the storm that's fizzling and gone below severe limits. Clear that watch, or that warning rather. Good grief. Clear the warning, and then you wind up having the other one. You get to start watching multiple warnings at once. You're trying to clear all the other ones. It just becomes a very difficult to manage mess. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm just looking out here. Switch radars real quick. So what I'm looking at now is the limited distance radar in Cottage Grove. This is one the Federal Aviation Administration uses to look for wind shear and near surface issues for Minneapolis International, to make sure there's no wind shear downdrafts, things like that that could endanger aviation. It is an extremely detailed radar. Unfortunately, it has a very limited range. As you can tell, the cutoff is just past Cambridge to Buffalo, almost makes it down to Faribault, and then you can see kind of the edge clip over here, Menominee, Durand. So it's a very limited sight line for this radar, but where it does see, it sees extremely well. Now, I was wanting to look down at these storms down here just to see what's happening with them. Yeah, that cell seems to have handed off to the one behind. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Really? Okay. Looking at that leading edge of that line of storms that is east of 169, running from about Ogilvie down to the east of Princeton and down towards Baldwin and Zimmerman. When that area is moving to the east northeast, what I'm looking at in the velocity data is there's starting to be a bit of a C shape developing here, a backward C right here, with the nose pointed at Cambridge. That backward C shape is often an indicator of a storm starting to become outflow dominant. And what that means is you start getting very strong winds as the storm collapses downward. And so that could actually wind up producing some stronger wind gusts out here towards Cambridge. So if you're out towards Bradford, Springvale, Isanti, Cambridge, Wyanett, and eventually, depending on how this storm goes, it could go up towards Stanchfield and Rush City, Stark and Harris, or it may stay farther south down towards North Branch and down towards Stacy and Chisago. So we'll have to see where this storm exactly goes. If it keeps moving to the northeast, which has been the general trend for these storms, I would expect it to go Cambridge to Rush City. If it starts moving due east, just because it's becoming outflow dominant and blowing out North Branch, if for some reason it were to start moving to the southeast, it would be a right mover, and I would be much more concerned about what it's doing. I don't see that happening. You can start to see that backward C shape become more pronounced here. And you can see that green coming in behind it, starting to pale up right here. So that will definitely be an area to watch. Ooh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. We've got more storms up towards Aitken that are not severe. A couple of thunder showers down here towards really is one just north of St. Peter, just northeast of Henderson, and another one's moving into the Shakopee area. Another little cell trying to develop out here by Spring Lake and Prior Lake up towards Greenwood. And that'll probably move right along Highway 13. That might wind up actually skipping over and following 35E up through Egan across Burnsville. Hard to say. When the cells get out in front a little bit, they can sometimes move in different ways than the other ones are. Look at a festering little collection of storms down here between La Center, Elko Newmarket, Northfield, Faribault. There's a few more showers trailing down out towards Waseca. This area down here between Mankato and Worthington, along between Minnesota 60 and I-90, between Mountain Lake, Trimont to Jackson. A couple of stronger pockets in that. Nothing severe on this one. And then another cell that's trying to get organized down here by Ceylon. Otherwise, our northern Iowa severe thunderstorm warnings have either been canceled or allowed to expire. And the closest ones we have are all the way down south of Sac City, down towards Rockwell City, Lake City, and then extending all the way back towards Harlan. And that line continues all the way back east of Omaha. And that goes almost down all the way to Red Oak. But again, here in Minnesota and western Wisconsin, that line of showers and thunderstorms that developed and has strengthened but not gotten severe, thankfully, is quickly moving out of the severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to cross over most of US 53, and that's going to be in areas north of Eau Claire up towards Shell Lake and Hayward. And then south of Eau Claire, it's more of a south trending line that goes down to La Crosse, down towards New Albany and the border of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. A few more cells even down towards Prairie du Chien and up northeast of Decorah. Those are all going to keep moving to the east and northeast. And those will get over towards the I-94 corridor, towards Black River Falls and Toma, all the way over towards Baraboo here in the next couple of hours. And take a look at the bigger picture again. Oh, a little too big of a picture. There we go. And that's what we're looking at here in our part of the world. All right. Boop. There we go. Watching this special weather statement storm up here as it moves towards Cambridge. I'm going to run this backwards about a half an hour. I want to see. Yeah. I don't know how much longer this complex is going to be around. Um. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So I'm looking at tiny little pockets of rotation, like this one just north of Zimmerman, east of 169. And the one that really kind of drew my attention was the one south southwest of Dalbo, between Dalbo and Wyanett. Those four little signatures are in the right places for where tornado genesis would be possible. However, they are extremely weak signatures, and we're still close enough to the radar in this area to where I would want to see a much more intense signature before I would start wanting to throw a tornado warning at it. And I think the special weather statement with tornado possible tag, well, they don't just use specials with tornado possible, but the special weather statement is correct. If the winds come up a little bit more or there starts to be more hail in this, then definitely it would be worthy of a new severe thunderstorm warning. But I think we're going to get one probably pretty quick. I would say probably in the next 10, 15 minutes. Time does this expire? 17 minutes. Maybe, maybe not. The area I'm most concerned with, aside from those little transient circulations, which I've not really seen hold together for more than a scan or two, is areas around Cambridge and Isanti. That storm is starting to bow out some right in the front there. And you can see that right there. A little rotation right in here, south of Dalbo. That's the only one that really screams out at me and says, "Watch me, watch me." The other two that we were seeing farther south, and knows they're gone. I mean, they're there for a quick 1-2, and then they're gone. However, this area up here north of Wyanett, if you watch it, it starts coming together, and it's there for a few. It's been there for a couple of frames now, so that is definitely one I would be watching. Don't know if TMSP can see that far. Let's find out. Oh, it can't. Well, I shouldn't say that. Ugh. We'll take a look at the long range just to show you why we don't use it for long range. This is the long range, like standard resolution, long range image, like you would see from Chanhassen, but this is based off of the FAA radar, which is a different wavelength of radar out in Cottage Grove. And as you can tell, it's a very different picture. It gets very blurry and blocky very quickly as you get farther and farther away from the radar. Having said that, it does still see things. You can still get an idea of what's going on. So if we have another situation where the Chanhassen radar drops, the city still has good coverage because we have the Doppler radar in Cottage Grove from the FAA. Once you get out towards St. Cloud, Mankato, Eau Claire, Eau Claire's got decent coverage from La Crosse. Mankato, not so much. You're really using the long range of Sioux Falls. Again, you can use the long range of the Doppler radar in Cottage Grove, but again, not it's not in its primary area, so you have to switch out to the long range. You can see it, but you can see what the storm. So this is the area I've been watching down here, south and west of Mankato. That is the view from the long range radar, or the long range view from the FAA radar in Cottage Grove. That's what it looks like from the National Weather Service radar. It's a very, very different looking storm. A whole bunch of little storms blowing up here. But unless something really starts to snap here, I do have that event I have to be at 6 o'clock, which I need to get ready for and all that. So right now my tentative end time is 5:15. And given the lack of activity across the area, I am actually okay with this. Today looked like it was going to be much worse than it was, and unfortunately it has kind of fizzled out quickly, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh. Okay. I'm being outsmarted. There. Oh, okay, I did not want to do that. Well, I'm thinking about it, and I'm looking at it. Clearwater National Weather Service radar is back online. So right now it's doing its normal rotation of things because there's nothing severe in the area. So as it stands right now, we have our little mess, for lack of a better term. We have our little speckle of storms from Buffalo back down Norwood Young America, down to Henderson, over to Northfield, even down to between Faribault and La Center along 21 there. And then the quickly seemingly decomposing area up here by Cambridge. And I will point out that still is moving more easterly than it is northeasterly. So if you look at it, it just kind of turns. It's starting to execute that right turn. So take a look at our velocity data here. We're still that little couplet right here. Very broad. Very, very broad. Looked better a couple of scans ago, actually. So you can watch in there, it comes together, and then it just kind of right past itself. And we have a new special weather statement now. And that's going to be for areas of Isanti, Kanabec, and northwestern Chisago counties. And that is for that cell 12 miles northwest of Cambridge, moving northeast at 55.0. Wind gusts to 50 miles an hour and half-inch sized hail are possible with this storm. So Mora, Ogilvie, Brom, Rush City, Cambridge, Wynette, you're all in this. Pine City, you will likely see this storm fairly quickly. With that, the reason you don't see the special weather statement or anything with that right now is Pine County is issued by the National Weather Service Duluth, whereas Kennebec, Isanti, and Chisago counties, that's all covered by National Weather Service Chanhassen in Twin Cities. I don't see, from what I can see right now, I don't see a reason to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on this at all. I don't see anything that, I mean, the area up here by Cambridge, it's going to move up towards Pine City. That does bear watching, but I would be more watching this area down here along 169 to move up into the north and west metro, and then this area down to where between that's south of New Prague, and Lonsdale, Elko New Market, Northfield. That area is going to keep moving northeast. That's going to clip the southeast metro. So areas around Hastings, Cottage Grove, up towards Hudson, New Richmond. But otherwise, not a lot. Okay. I'm going to watch this whole update here because if I could know better, I'd say that storm down here by Henderson just got a lot bigger. Right here. Yeah, it did. Okay. Huh. So this activity down along 35, I was just mentioning, the Elko New Market, Lonsdale, Shieldsville, Faribault area, up back towards Montgomery. That area is trying to get going. It strengthened up a bit and then it's kind of collapsed back down some. That will be an area to watch. And so, sorry, I saw the confirmed tornado warning pop up. And then up here towards Shakopee and back along 169, a few more cells are really starting to strengthen up there. That's really starting to grow. So that'll be an area to watch. The area south of Buffalo, you're seeing another round. So Elk River, you're finally going to get some more rain. And then this area down here, more St. James, back towards Jackson. This area, it's progressive. It's moving to the east, but boy, it is not really doing it all that excitedly. That's the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's okay. Radar indicated tornado warning. Sometimes you have to look at the color of the box, and it's like, yeah. So here we have an observed tornado warning over Gray near Audubon, Iowa. Moving northeast at 30. Law enforcement confirmed. But again, that's just barely north of Des Moines in terms of how far north it is compared to Minnesota. I just happened to see it and take a look at it. That's one thing with me. If you're watching this stream and you know me, you're gonna see me jump around to areas that look interesting. It's like every once in a while you'll see me jump down to Central Illinois because I have family down that way. Okay, so the other thing I'm starting to wonder about is just how much rain have they gotten up here in northwestern or northeastern Wright County, into southeastern and south central Sherburne County, and up, well, actually, the southeastern half of Sherburne County, and up towards southern Mille Lacs County into the northwest half of Isanti County, because they are getting storms. They've gotten storms, and they're going to get more storms. So I'm kind of wondering, are we going to have to start worrying about a possible flash flood or river flooding situation? Still keeping an eye on the storms southwest of the metro. They're organizing, but at this point, they don't jump out as severe. They just jump out as thunderstorms. I would love to keep doing this, but I do need to get ready for that event. I will not have access to the internet between about 5:30 and 7:30 tonight. About the soonest I might have it back would be 7:10 once the event is over. But as soon as that happens, if there's anything going on at that time, I will certainly start providing updates. And as soon as I get back into the studio, I will jump back here. And what I'm going to do is leave the warnings up and all of that, and then give you a nice wide shot of what's going on in the area. About like that. Then what I will do is just turn myself off. And then you guys can continue to watch this and see the warnings ticker. So with that, the stream will continue running. I will not be here. I am stepping away. And like I said, I will return about 7:15 at the earliest, 7:30 at the latest. So let me make sure I update everyone on social media so they're not surprised if I'm not here. Okay. But while I do that, I am going to turn myself off. Hello and welcome back to our live stream. Not a lot missed. There are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down on the south side of the state. Currently still have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect south of Owatonna going into the Austin and Dodge Center areas. The National Weather Service in Chanhassen has continued a severe special weather statement up towards Owatonna, Dodge Center, and most of Dodge County. And the northwestern part of Mower County are in a special weather statement from National Weather Service La Crosse. East of the Eau Claire and Chippewa Falls area, there are some special weather statements again for near severe conditions, but not quite there. We have one with severe thunderstorm warning in the north, and that is for is that Barron County? No, southeastern Ashland, northwestern Price, and southeastern Sawyer counties. For severe thunderstorms along a line from Fifield to 6 miles southeast of Clam Lake, moving northeast at 55, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail, along with a tornado possible tag. But that is areas outside of our normal coverage area. And I'm going to point out this line that's moving kind of along the St. Croix River, and then this big congealed mess down from Red Wing to Owatonna to Austin, and then back towards Mason City. That is the effective front coming through. The actual cold front is still back along the US 70, still almost back to the US 59 corridor. But right now, the dry line and the other front, the other boundary that's in front of it, is what's moving through the Twin Cities right now. If you look to the west, you will see some occasional peaks of brighter sky as the cloud cover tries to break up. But that also marks the end of our severe chances. So right now, the only thing that's left in our area is the special weather statements down here by Owatonna, and that's it. Everything else is strong, but not severe, and that's quickly moving into western Wisconsin. And there is still the severe thunderstorm watch in effect for far east central Minnesota down to Mankato, and I'm assuming that Scott, LeSueur, and Brown counties will all get dropped from this thunderstorm watch, along with Fairborn and Freeborn County, not Fairborn, Freeborn County will get dropped in the next update. Looks like there was 1-inch hail in Albert Lee. That's that storm that was coming up from Emmitsburg. I mean, that storm's been moving along here for quite a while. I guess it was Storm Lake. It was Emmitsburg for some reason. Okay, so with that, we do have a couple of tornado warnings in Iowa. One is catching Ames in the corner, and then the other one is south of Des Moines. Both of those are tornado radar indicated tornado warnings. Beyond that, we have a pretty solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings all the way back from Webster City, Iowa, down through Ames, down through Des Moines, through Creston, down to Maryville, and northwestern Missouri, all the way back down into the far northwestern part of Kansas. Then we break considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail to the east of Topeka. And then more severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings farther south. Still haven't observed particularly dangerous tornado warning. This is in Oklahoma, just north of Ponca City. This is for 2 3/4 inch hail, so baseball-sized hail, and an observed large damaging tornado on the ground. And that would be down here north and west of Ponca City. Still looking K County. Multiple reports of the tornado there. Large hail also. 2-inch, 2 3/4 inch here northeast of Medford. So, as expected, the most severe weather was farther to our south. But a few scattered borderline warnings. 1 1/4 inch hail has been the largest thing I've seen today. Haven't even seen many wind reports, which is what they were most concerned about. So with that, just wanted to do a quick touch up on what had missed in the last hour and a half. But realistically, not a lot. So with that, southeast Minnesota, Rochester area over towards Winona, up towards Black River Falls and Neilsville, you could still see some severe weather. Same thing goes, even if you're watching south of La Crosse down towards Prairie du Chien, you may see some severe weather as well. But as the night goes on, and we've lost daylight heating, now we're going to start cooling. The atmosphere is going to start to stabilize, and these storms will probably no longer be severe once they hit the US 63 corridor. So with that, I want to appreciate everybody who was watching today, has asked questions. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to end the stream here. If anything surprising happens, like all of a sudden we get a wild tornado warning out of the blue, I will certainly jump back in. But at this time, there is not much going on. We don't expect much to be going on, and most of the tornado watch has been cleared. So with that, I am lead forecaster John Lamb at Black Sheep Weather. Thanking you very much for watching. If you like what we do, hit that like button, subscribe so you're notified of updates when we go live and we issue new videos. And also make sure you share us on social media so everyone else can also learn and grow with the channel as we expand our coverage of severe weather into our severe weather season. Again, I am Chief Meteorologist John Lamb. Thank you so very much.